Good morning. Happy post-Fed day. Markets are down.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Oh,
TickStrike
buddy.
allows you to actually...
Okay. All right. So markets are down. SPY's down 8 points, 2.2%. We were looking for a little bit more of a rally before testing 3,600. 3,600 is the next level of support below 3,700. 3,625, 3,600, somewhere around there. If there is a silver lining, it was the overnight futures. If you pay attention to, if you have Bookmap open or you have your futures charts open overnight, you'll notice that there's very little volume. So I'll be very curious to see how this plays out today. The overnight session didn't see a whole lot of volume trading. Even around 5 or 6, it wasn't a lot of volume. Okay, so initially this morning, I see 37.15, 37.15, a little bit of resistance overhead on the futures. So we need to get above, you might want to write this down. We need to get above 37.22. And the next level will be 37.30. And then future supply opens up until we get to 37.50. All right, so we got quite a few handles to the upside that we could see. Now to the downside, there's quite a bit of interest in buying all the way down to 3,700. That's 9 handles on the futures. Deltas are presently green. So there was some aggressive buying there a little while ago. Let's see, and I'll zoom into current time. Deltas continue to drop a little bit. They're grinding lower. All right, so we were looking for a bounce. We got the bounce yesterday, short-lived. So the plan is still lower risk, trade intraday if you're able, or fewer trades and hedge. I mean, pretty straightforward, pretty simple plan. And we'll keep following that until the markets give us a reason to think that we could see more upside. All right. Not much to say. Just got to wait for the markets to open. Good morning, Robert. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, and I'm sure everyone is on the same page. If you're thinking about inflation fading, you have to see that the crude oil and commodities backing off in a big way. So commodities were showing the other day, we're showing a gravestone doji on the monthly. Let me go take a look at that real quick. Commodities, bonds. No, commodities, yes, okay. All right. Some people are looking at gold, by the way, as a hedge. Okay. Let's take a look at gold real quick as it closed yesterday. Still basing. CRB index monthly. You can see a gravestone doji forming or a shooting star possibly. Okay, that's starting to back off. So if this were to lose the 50-day, this is a daily chart. If this were to lose the 50-day, that would be something to pay attention to. And we want to see Brent crude coming back in. Okay, so that needs to lose a 50-day as well. Right now it's in a bullish trend in a more or less consolidation pattern. Okay, so the idea is that we always want to be following where the money is flowing. So crude is still very strong. Yesterday, we saw block trades on XLE. Futures just went delta negative. All right, so we want to see that turn to delta positive. That'll tell us that the buyers are more aggressive. Right now, sellers are more aggressive. Give the markets 15 minutes, 20 minutes before you start doing anything. That's what I like to do. Take profits off the table if you're up big overnight on a position. Red box, we mentioned it yesterday, was starting to move early in the morning. It's up 20%. It's a little bit off where it was yesterday. I mean, at the open this morning, pre-market. Sorry. Red box, red box. Okay, so bounced nicely today. It's trading 1294, so it's above this wick inside of the previous day's wick. If you get a chance, if you're into health, especially if you have some health concerns or whatever about your diet, whatever, I came across Dr. Berg on YouTube. Guy is really something else. Some really great information. I posted a link in the social channel. Maybe want to check that out. Some very interesting things about keto, about insulin, about how to manage your insulin, etc. Has nothing to do with trading. I just thought I'd share with it. I mean, we're like a big family anyway. So if I find something that I've done a little research on, actually a lot of research over the last couple of weeks, I've been watching, I don't know, maybe 50 of his videos. Very enlightening. Very, very enlightening. I've cut my sugar back dramatically. And doing intermittent fasting. I feel so much better. I feel very clear in the head. You know, you ever have that feeling you walk into a room and you forgot why you walked into the room? You get things on your mind or whatever. You get this fog. Well, I haven't had that in a couple of weeks. Not that that's a big measurement, but and I don't eat a lot of sugar, but anyway, I won't spend much more time on it. It's the link is in the social channel, Dr. Berg. I think you'll find it very interesting, even for people that think they know everything about nutrition. All right, we got less than 2 minutes to go, less than 1 minute to go. This is your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday the 16th, the day after Fed Day. Jerome raised rates 75 basis points. Everybody was expecting it. People were anticipating event risk out of the way. Maybe we'd see a little rally. And then eventually retest 3,600. 3,625 is support down below 3,700. Did this just, shoot, there's my opening bell. I missed my opening bell. I have my mute button on. We're open. We're open. Take profits off the table where appropriate. And wait for the markets to give us a direction. Around 10 o'clock. All right, red box. Maybe take some profits off on red box.
Low ticker minus 800.
All right, AERC is up $2. AERC is plus. AERC is plus 11.5%. Red box. Red box, not red box. What is that? All right, a little rally here. Okay, we could get a pretty dramatic rally here, so maybe some lottos for tomorrow. You probably get them cheaper if you wait a little while. We got blocks, spikes pre-market up to 383. All right, so let's just sit and wait and see what we got going on here. All right, futures are starting to push higher. If we get through,
Money market bet on a 50% odd of a 75 basis point Bank of England hike by September. The money market's bet on a 50% odd. A 50% odds of a
okay, we got supply at 37.12. That's
by September.
really not that big a size. Interesting. If you look at your book map, price ladder, or DOM, there's really not a lot of supply overhead. All right, I'm looking to buy some call. I'm not buying yet. I'm looking to buy some cheap lottos for tomorrow once the algo's finished. That's going to be about ETA around 950. If we just start dropping dramatically, then I'll reassess and look at it around 3,700 or so. We could go back and test the pre-market lows. If we drop off, all right, if we start to drop off, I'll buy some Friday puts. If we get below 3,700, I'll buy some puts for tomorrow. All right, so far, initially, we're dropping off a bit. So just know algos are taking care of imbalances. All right. Mostly puts trading on SPY for tomorrow, looks like. Tomorrow. Okay. All right, the heat map is entirely red at the moment. Heat map is entirely red.
Italy's ecological transition minister says the reason behind Russian gas cut could be a lack of spare parts due to EU sanctions against Moscow or even intention to exert political pressure.
All right, we're just below pre-market lows here. Let's see if they are just stop hunting and reverse this, or if they plan on dropping this a bit more. Okay. Baba gapping down a little bit. VIX up 32 and change. All right, give it a few minutes. Watching futures here, there's a lot of demand below. Book map shows a lot of buyers just below that 3,700. Nice job there. Nice job. Nice job, Jacob. There's about 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, about 70,000 contracts just below.
Defense Secretary Austin is currently speaking to reporters in Brussels.
Deltas are rising, showing aggressive buyers. That's probably shorts covering for now. Okay, remember you got algos taking care of imbalances. All right, more downside. We drop below this level. We could see a fast move to the downside.
China has been too aggressive in too many areas. That's the US ambassador to China, Burns, speaking that. Remember, the video was posted out on the news feed for you.
All right, they're stepping away from the bid. Stepping away from the bid here, probably see a little bit more downside. $74 to 1. 71 to 1 down volume on the NYSE. Some pretty heavy selling on the NYSE. Affirm moving lower, affirm. What day was it? We were 150 to 1 down volume. I think it was it Monday or was it Friday? All right, starting to see a little bounce and affirm. UVIX back up at the highs. All right, so I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing. As far as rolling out UVIX. All right, we're not moving very fast. Just sitting here. All right, some capitulation there, extreme low tick. All right, initially people are probably going to sell
Gazprom and China seeing
out of fear.
full agreement that gas supplies via Far Eastern route.
So keep your hedges on. Puts aren't that expensive. We did have VIX come in a bit. Yeah, see, Monday was? Okay, good. Thanks. Thanks, Grover. Yeah, we had those big gap downs. All right, let's go take a look at the S&P. Now that they got people short, now that everyone is short, let's see what they do with this. All right. All right, stochastic still hanging out down here. Okay, maybe we'll get back above that. Let's see. So from that recent bounce and rejection at 4,100, we're down 12%, plus or minus.
US Treasury official says that the department is monitoring activity in cryptocurrency market. The recent turmoil underscores the urgent need for regulatory frameworks.
Oh, so they get crypto to drop off, and now the Fed's going to come in and rescue by introducing regulations. Now that may be a good thing, I don't know, but it just seems kind of interesting. It is interesting anyway. All right, looking for shorts to cover if that continues to be the case, and then we start to rally back up, or if we just continue lower. Initially, with the Fed, I thought that a lot of people were expecting event risk to come off and get a rally, and then retest or then test 3,600. So looks like we're going to do that first.
Regulatory agencies as they take action under their existing authorities, according to a Treasury official.
All right, so we got 50,000 contracts down here just popped up on futures, 3680, 50,000 contracts just came in. I guess if you look off to the left, you can see that white line just goes off to the left. There's a passive buyer sitting there, apparently, coming in and out. So drop below 3680. We could see a quick test down to 3625. That's next level support. If we start to rally here, there's not a lot of supply overhead if we do rally. Bookmap shows very little supply overhead at the moment. We could get a nice rally back up to who knows. We're down more than what we got 100 handles there. We were down 100 handles. Now we're starting to come off the low. Shorts covering.
Sullivan making comments on the wire here that more is to come on Iran designations.
All right. So until we see the markets give us a direction clearly, if it's downside or upside, we're just sitting here watching. I am anyway.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Don't be surprised if dark pools are buying down here. By the way, if you follow Steve Hammer, um, HFT alerts on Twitter, Steve Hammer, very smart guy, but he is a little bit testy. You don't want to test him on his knowledge because he does have. I guess maybe he's a genius. I don't know, but he doesn't like being told. Or I should reword it. Whenever you say something, if you don't know what you're talking about, a lot of times he'll correct you. And if you insist, it gets a little bit testy. I found that out. I said something to him a few years back when California was initially having all those fires. What was it called? The Camp Fire? A weird name. I guess it's an area near the wine country or whatever. Anyway, he misunderstood what I was saying about the fires. He thought I was saying that it was good that they got fires. I mean, why would anybody ever say that? Anyway, he blocked me. He's a good guy to follow. Steve Hammer. He's at HFT Alerts on Twitter. So anyway, I'd like to see what he has to say. If you, any of you, have an update.
So that does conclude Austin speaking to the media there.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
Okay. Paolo, give yourself some credit. You're pretty smart guy. All right, so we can't really do much until the markets
Extreme low.
give us a
tickle alert.
direction. Right now, we're just consolidating. We're really not going anywhere. Okay, we are lower, and looks like VWAP is starting to flatten out.
According to the Washington Post, they buy perhaps have
Now, if we
been
take
made,
out
foreign
368,
US.
being we're so close to VWAP, if we take out 368, maybe some push down to, I don't know, the furthest I would go is probably 365. What's 365 going for? 365 puts. 365 puts. Where are you? 365s are going for 294. Those are for tomorrow. That's a 36 delta. That's as far as I would go. 366 is probably a 40. Yes, it's a 40 delta. So 366 is as far as I would go. Now, as long as we stay in a doji, or in this case, a flat VWAP situation, we're probably going to stay between 368 and 370, 371.
So House Bill,
So we need to pick a direction,
60 curb foreign influence in the
or
US
else we'll have a doji for the day.
lifetime ban on members of Congress, senior military leaders, and senior executive branch officials from lobbying for foreign government or
Low
political
tick alert
party
minus 800.
for measures.
Yep.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, Nevada too. Yeah. So yeah, boomers have made a ton of money. I'm not going to gloat, but I did very well as an architect the previous 35 years, 36 years, 37 years. I still have a practice in New Jersey that my partner runs. He's about 20 years younger than me. And I did well. I was investing the entire time and started getting really serious with trading about 15 years ago, and then went full time in 2016, 2017, full time. So I trade the business account. I trade the TCP business account. I trade 4 IRAs. 2 of them are for myself and my wife, and the other 2 are for the kids. So it's 6 accounts that I'm trading and investing in. So the ability to move out of a high tax state, that's the great thing about living in the United States. You don't have to stay in a high taxed environment. If it gets to be too much, you move out, you know? A lot of people are moving for other reasons. On top of that, I mean, gas prices, I don't know what it is in your area. I'm still waiting for the markets to give us the direction, so bear with me. Yeah, the prices in California are just incredibly crazy. Wow, that's pretty cool, B-man. 630 in your area, it's 450. Last time I filled up was what was it, yesterday? I think it was 450 at Costco. I'm pretty sure. 450. So what is that? That's don't carry the one.
Extreme low tick alert.
That's 172% increase since we moved. August 2020. Gas went from $1.65 a gallon to $4.50 a gallon. It's 172% increase. It's still bearable. It's still bearable, but it is putting a crunch. I keep telling even the wife. I mean, she doesn't really work a lot. She does a couple of things part time, and even she's complaining about the gas, even though I'm paying for it. And suggesting, let's make a trip to Costco. If we go to Costco, let's do Walmart, let's do Home Depot. If I got to make a run, if we make a run, it reminds me of my father, same time period. Watch the SPY here. You might get a nice opportunity here. I'll buy some cheap lottos here. SPY. Okay, deltas are green. Deltas are green. Anyway, my father back in the late 70s when Carter was still president, and we had that stagflation, and you had waiting lines for gas and all kind of other things. When he'd leave the house, he would hit several different places. He'd hit the hardware store, he hit whatever. He'd hit both supermarkets in the area, A&P, and I think it was Winn-Dixie. And he'd make a trip, but he would conserve on gas. Same thing people are going through right now. But I can't even imagine if you're making under, I don't know, $30,000 a year, how the hell are you going to be able to pay for gas, food, and lodging? It's pretty difficult, you know. Okay, I'll go. Let's see here what we got going on.
Extreme low tick alert.
Okay, so again, flat VWAP, no follow through.
Mortgage rates surged to 5.78% in the biggest jump since 1987.
Wow, that's crazy. Imagine people coming here from other countries south of the border, having to find work and being able to get to a job, how difficult it must be. I guess you find ways, families living together, chipping in. I'm just sitting here watching price action. I'm not doing anything until the markets give us their direction. Okay, we could very well test 3,600. That's what I thought initially we would see after a couple of days of a rally as puts come off and roll to lower prices, perhaps. We've got JP Morgan's collar expires on the end of the month. We got the event risk out of the way now. So dealers and big hedge funds are positioning again. We still don't have a lot of blocks.
According to Freddie Mac, the higher mortgage rates will lead to moderation from blistering.
Blocks are scarce.
Activity than we have experienced coming out of the pandemic.
We got 3 Qs, 3 SPY, and 2 IWM.
June 16th versus 5.23% the previous week, again according to Freddie Mac.
All right, we got ridiculously low block volume institutions. Institutions are not participating.
Low tick alert minus
Book
800.
map 3688. 3688. Deltas are still rising.
Extreme low tick alert.
Okay. All right, until we pick a direction, it's futile. VWAP is flat. There's no point in trading. All right, until we can test the waters. Right now, we're just sitting here flat. Institutions are sitting there. No, you go first. No, you go first. Okay. Ooh, lots of red on the screen.
Low tick alert minus 800.
You could do what I did yesterday. You could trade a straddle or a strangle, and whatever direction
Extreme low tick alert.
the market's to decide, if you're thinking index options, whatever direction the market takes, it looks like we might start dropping here. All right, we're dropping through support. All right, we're losing support.
So countries reach a provisional deal to extend the moratorium on tech customs duties at the World Trade Organization until the next ministerial meeting, according to trade sources.
low, tick alert minus 800. Extreme low, tick alert.
All right, we've got about 50,000 contracts just below again. All right, I'm just sitting here. Some of you have already chosen a direction. I choose to wait a little bit longer because I can. All right. Yep. Sometimes no positions is a good idea as well.
Low, tick alert minus 800.
All right, more downside for now.
So France's President Macron says we need some sort of communication channel with Putin, including to solve the food security issue. Macron says leaders from the EU countries agreed on some actions in a meeting with Zelensky to show Ukraine is part of the European family.
All right. Okay, so banks will start the reporting cycle again. Banks will start, say we got Bank of America on the 13th of July. All right, so basically a month away. Let's see who else. We got JP Morgan on the 14th. That's a Thursday. Citigroup reports on a Friday. So the big banks will be reporting the second week of July, looks like. Technically the third week of July, since Friday the 1st. Friday's on the 1st, or the 1st is on a Friday, I should say. Okay. All right.
So we do have the US Treasury issuing Iran-related sanctions.
Okay, we're still stuck here. All right, looks like we might drop. Okay, we're going to drop off here. Looks like we're going to drop off. Okay. I don't know. There's a ton of freaking demand just below. It's amazing. So what are they doing? There's about 100,000 contracts underneath price. Deltas are still positive. So that's when deltas are positive in green, it's telling you that even though they were pushing lower, buyers are more aggressive. So as it dips, they buy more. All right, watching what dark pools are doing.
So the US Treasury does name petrochemical firms in the new Iran sanctions.
I didn't even see what you said. I didn't even see what you said, David. So I got thick skin. I can take a joke. Markets are very quiet. All right, futures. The TTM is turning yellow. Momentum is shifting. Yeah, I see the same thing. I'm seeing momentum starting to shift. Down volume is so gnarly here.
Low tick alert minus 800.
We could just grind lower all day. Let those put trades come off. Let's see. All right, so you can see VWAP is just ever so slightly sloping lower.
In 10 minutes time at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, we got the US EIA natural gas change. Forecast is for 90 BCF, previous 97 BCF.
Yeah, a lot of people are bearish on Apple. Most stocks are down and to the right for the most part. VIX at the highs. I would love to see VIX come back down again so that I can adjust my covered calls. All right, so sector-wise, everything is red on the day, so it's not giving us a warm and fuzzies just yet. Semiconductors are down 14%. That's a pretty decent drop on the semiconductors. AMD, NVIDIA, on semiconductor, etc. All right, starting to see a little bit more short covering here. All right, SPY starting to turn. We are starting to turn futures. There is no all right, I'm thinking about buying some 370 calls for next Friday. Maybe some cheap lottos for tomorrow as well. Futures. There's no supply overhead, folks. So if you think the trend is down for the day, maybe this is not your cup of tea.
So in 5 minutes time at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, we do have the US EIA natural gas change. The forecast is for 90 BCF, previous 97 BCF.
If price gets above 36.95, there's no supply up there.
So Biden Energy may hold a call this summer with tensions high. So according to US officials, they are working to set up a call after the Sullivan and Yang meeting.
Yeah, Bookmap is a really good tool. Basically takes level 2. Unless you're really skilled at level 2, you can sit there and stare at level 2 and you miss a lot of trades. With Bookmap, it's like Ichimoku. Ichimoku, you can look at it very, very quickly and see where your support levels are, where your supply is, demand, etc. It's I forget what the term is in Japanese, but it's basically one look. It's telling you one look. You see it very quickly what to do. All right, with Bookmap, same thing. Okay, I'm sitting here watching supply and demand. Deltas have been rising. All right, that green line rising also tells you something about the level too.
1 minute to go now until we get the US EIA natural gas change data. Ten seconds.
Now looks like a good short.
92 BCF, 92 BCF, that's a build on 90 BCF. See some downside movement on spot natural gas there. Sorry, some upside movement on spot natural gas. Now seeing downside movement on natural gas there. Without a nuclear deal, the US will continue using sanctions to limit exports of petroleum and petroleum products and petrochemical products from Iran, according to US Treasury's Nelson. The US is pursuing a path of meaningful diplomacy aimed at returning to the Iran nuclear deal, again according to Nelson.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear all.
All right. Just taking it easy at the moment, looking for if there's any kind of follow through, we need to see a move above 36.95 on the futures. Deltas are still climbing. Very interesting. Can we see that on the stock price algo flow on Trading Ticks as well? Let's see what the Qs look like. Qs. Pretty slow start today. Pretty slow start today. It's interesting when I'm out and about. Went to Costco the other day. just about everybody I'm meeting, either from Long Island, from Staten Island, um, New York State, New Jersey, Connecticut. I mean, immediately, I'm at Costco. Guys, I'm walking in. I got my Yankees cap on. Guy says, uh, I won't say exactly what he said, but everybody's moving out of high tax states, or at least I'm seeing a lot of it. The building is going on like crazy down here. There is so much traffic now in the last year and a half. It's been so dramatically different that instead of taking 5 minutes to get out of my neighborhood onto some of the main highways, now it takes like 15 minutes, unless you leave at a different time, of course. It's really, really, you see the demographic is changing quite a bit. And people that I talk to that are from this area, from Myrtle Beach, they don't like it. I mean, it used to be just people from Jersey and New York would come down here and play golf, and they'd be gone. But now everybody that used to play golf here that found out how great the golf courses are moving here to retire or whatever. My broker friend sold his house in New Jersey. I'm sitting here waiting for setups, by the way. Sold his house in New Jersey for double what he paid for it 15 years ago. He's buying a house down south because he's in business for himself. He doesn't have a couple of years of tax returns. NN, Next Nav, NN, it's a positioning and GPS related company. It's got quite a move going here so far. It's up 11.87%, 12%. NN, November, next wave. NN, symbol NN. Volume is starting to come in, really picking up on the volume side. So, yeah, everybody I know, a lot of friends are like, how do you like it in South Carolina? I'm thinking about moving to Tennessee where Mikey lives. Or that's a very good place to live too. If you don't mind an occasional tornado, we get them over here too. Still waiting for the markets to do something. Okay, we're just sitting here on a flat VWAP. If you insist that this is a direction, then you're talking about the longer term time frame, the daily time frame, weekly time frame. I'm talking about intraday. Okay, because all I'm doing is scalps. Okay, right now all I'm doing is scalps, very few swings. What swings I do have on, I'm hedged against, so that if we do see downside, my hedges are going to increase in value. So I'm basically delta neutral. I talked about that yesterday. There goes NN. NN's ripping now, plus 13% now. So there's a lot of building going on. There is just so much building. Apartments, condos, new hotels down on the Atlantic Shore Drive. New hotels. They've got another area called North Myrtle Beach, which is booming as well. A lot of affluent people live up there. And other areas like in Charleston and Georgetown, some of the more historic level areas, people are moving down, finding it better for raising a family. All right. So SPY's just sitting here. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm not taking a lot of trades at the moment. I expected or anticipated that we could see more of a bounce from what we saw yesterday. Instead, we got this selling. So that immediately made me backtrack or take a step back and say, let me reassess the markets. The daily time frame, weekly time frames, obviously we're in a downtrend. However, the intraday chart is still giving me a flat VWAP, so I don't like to go long or short until I start to see some direction. The longer we stay down here, the more I would think that puts are going to be monetized. That's going to give us a tailwind for OPEX as far as a bullish bounce. Still don't see it yet though. So hedge funds or whoever's the ones that were buying all those puts that we saw over the last couple of weeks, most likely taking some profits off, maybe rolling some down and further out in time. Because I do think that we could possibly, now you may not like to hear this, but I do think there's a possibility we could test the 3,000 level. That's the downside target a lot of people that I know are talking about and seems to make sense. Until we see crude really dropping off below the 50-day, I mean, it's pulled back a couple of days. What's LNG doing right now? LNG, nat gas, what's it doing? Nat gas did lose the 50-day. All right, so nat gas is the first to lose the 50-day. All right, so nat gas is the first to lose the 50-day. All right, so let's look at Brent crude. Brent, all right, that needs to lose the 50-day. This is an end-of-day chart, by the way. And we need to see the CRB index also lose the 50-day, which if commodities start to back off, that's a pretty clear sign. Okay, let's look at the weekly CRB index. So those could be pointed to a potential change in direction in the short term. I'm just talking dead cat bounces at this point. I'm not looking for back to the all-time highs. Okay, we had a 28.6% gain in the S&P 500 last year, including dividends. The statistics this year are kind of hard to follow. I think they're more prone to failure because of geopolitical risk, because of the current inflation that we're dealing with, the current high oil prices, et cetera. We'd like to see those coming back in, but it looks like this downtrend could last a lot longer than people anticipate. Remember back in 2008, if you were trading back then, we had 15, 20% rallies. Last few weeks, we had an 11, 12% rally. We gave it all back. Very quickly. All right, so we had this nice rally off the low here in latter part of May. We came right up to resistance. 8 days we stood there. The 9th day we dropped. That was the direction we were looking for, either a move higher or lower. We got the move lower, so that told us to stay short. Okay, and this broadening pattern just keeps getting extended. All right, so we moved up. Okay, we moved up 9, almost 10%, and we gave back 12%. This happened a lot during 2008. Now, the thing that was most important at the time, in my opinion, and one of the things to keep an eye on was the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange had, what, 15-to-1 down volume before? And one of the things I was watching, I know when I first started getting to know Mikey, Heart Pumper in the room, we were watching back in, well, it was a number of years back. We watched for that crossover. I think it was 2015. Matter of fact, it was 2015. We had that crossover, which told us to get out of the way, look for a short. The markets were moving lower. This needs to turn. The 50-day needs to turn back up like it did, see, back here in March, late May, early June. After the March reversal in the markets, a couple of months later, the 50-day managed to turn. All right, we're watching oscillators as well, but this is still pointing to the intermediate and longer term are becoming more bearish. You see the 200-day starting to turn over. Those are very important. Also pointed out the bull-bear ratio. It had given us a little hook, but since then it went back. It started heading lower again. Okay, so we're almost back to where we were in 1990 and 2009 on the bull-bear ratio. Okay, so this had started to hook up very briefly, and now it turned forcefully back down, which reflects on what we were just talking about, that we would probably see more downside before we get some kind of change in direction. So I'm just playing short-term bounces. I'm doing intraday trades and short-term swings. I'm using mostly options. VIX is still moving higher, so we're going to move a bit lower, it looks like. Looks like we'll move lower. VIX is moving higher. So VIX has been rejected around 37, 38 for the most part. UVIX, a new instrument, just came out in late March. Been trading this a lot, selling covered calls. When it spikes, sell covered calls at the extremes. You don't have to be pinpoint accurate on this one from what I've found. I've traded about 8 times with the covered calls since about 3 or 4 weeks ago when I first started trading this. So Volatility, the backwardation, the closer to the month is very steep and very high versus the 3-month, which is much lower. So that fixed term structure can't stay there forever, but I would expect that we could see a little spike a little bit higher. So the bottom line is it's a bit more risky right now. Again, I thought we were going to get a little bounce. And intraday, I'm just watching this grinding lower on VWAP. Okay, so this is a bearish trend, short term, slight bearish trend. We keep stretching it, move away. We're a decent amount away from the 200 period, so I'd like to see some mean reversion sometime today. Yep. Yeah, blackout period, earnings coming up, so companies won't be able to help as far as buying their own stock. That's true. Yep. The DuPont World Amateur Handicap Championship is in Myrtle Beach every year since 1984. That's a big deal. My friends, some of my friends say the only thing more boring than baseball is playing golf, unless you like to play golf. You get away from your significant other for about 3 or 4 hours with the buddies, eat hot dogs, drink beer between the 9th and the 10th green. At the clubhouse. It's always fun. All right. All right. So we're just continuing to move lower. Just hold on to your puts if you're trading puts. VIX still scooting higher. VIX is on the move. Okay, Frano, you got it on to activate Thinker to activate Bookmap. Go up. I think it's to setup right now. Help. Go to help and click on contact us, and then send them a message. Yeah, tell them you'd like to try Bookmap. Just go up to the help menu and they'll get that squared away for you. All right, we'll continue to drop off here, grinding lower. That's funny. Okay, grinding lower. Okay, NIMO had gotten to like minus 40 yesterday. It's back down to minus 77. All right, seeing active buyers here. All right, SPY puts, consider some profits here. Starting to see aggressive buyers coming in here. Supply, 3670. Then nothing overhead till 3700. Consider some profits here, folks. I'd keep some on maybe just in case we drop again. But I'm seeing aggressive buyers on Bookmap. Deltas continue to rise. Oh, ugly day in the neighborhood. Let's see what that looks like. Options market summary, mostly puts trading. We have a negative day overall, the overall market. All right, I'm watching the FANG stocks. They're all just kind of listless right here, kind of doing the same thing as the markets are doing, just grinding lower. VWAP is a slight tilt down and to the right. Futures, deltas are flattening out at the moment. There's not a lot of activity. We got a few blocks, I guess, today. Kind of anemic on the block side, which is telling institutions aren't, the multitude of institutions are not involved. If we get some, I guess we got some trading here. The largest blocks we see here is 500,000 on SPY. That's at 368.77. And 368.77. Red box, what you doing, red box? Had a nice pop at the open, red box, for people to take profits. Roblox doing. Roblox gave everything back from yesterday. Roblox. Right, seeing more buying activity here, more aggressive buyers coming in again. Get above 36, above 36, 36.75. All right, if we get above 36.75, the supply is gone. We'll look for it to materialize. A lot of times they'll pull their offers, let price come back to them. But as far as the activity, there's not a lot. You can see the momentum has slowed on your screens. Your options flow have slowed down quite a bit. Tesla's down 45. All right. Alibaba. Let's see, SPY. Up is flattening out again. 36.75 is supply right in this area. So looks like we're just going to chop around. Mama said chop around. And that's what we're doing. Just sitting there below VWAP. You guys see that video of that trucker was posted in the social channel? Stuck on the side of the road with a lot of other truckers, not able to get gas. I'm not sure how that turned out, if the guy ever started updating his comments. I don't even know where that was, but looked like it was down south somewhere. All right, lots more puts. Most of the flow is puts today. Overall market, most of what I'm seeing is puts. All right. I have a sneaky feeling institution's going to come in here and just start running this up. Still below VWAP. So the bias is with the bears. VIX is grinding near the highs, so that's adding some pressure to SPY. AT&T with a slew of puts just hitting the tape here. So we need to see the CRB index drop below the 50-day. CRB index. Commodities need to back off. We could see a move. Well, we're almost back to the 50-day right now. A little bit, we're about 5 points above the 50-day, 4 points above the 50-day CRB index. And crude oil, let's see what crude oil looks like. All right, so SPY, future's not able to follow through yet. NN is up 14% now, 15% and ripping higher. NN is plus 15.37% now. All right, we're up 15.56%. All right, looking for a follow through. All right, starting to change direction here now, SPY. All right, VWAP's first test. Okay, 3680, the supply is shifting higher from 3675 up to 3680. All right, we're back to VWAP. Either we get rejected or we follow through. We could also just we could always just stay there too. Yeah, that lawnmower. I was talking to my small engine repair guy, it's a local guy, and he told me these lawnmowers that are made by Toro and all the other names, Yard Boy or whatever. All of the mowers that are built right now have plastic camshafts and plastic chokes. My choke broke off and it got sucked into the engine. So he's having to do that, having to fix it. But it's $350 motor. They designed to break because, from what he understands, is that they want you to buy electric mowers. They don't want any more gasoline mowers. So if you buy a gasoline mower at Home Depot, it's probably a good idea, or Lowe's, it's a pretty good idea to get the warranty so you can get a new one because you're probably going to need one. Plastic choke, I've never heard of such a thing. They're always supposed to be like brass or whatever. I'm just sitting here watching for price to get above VWAP. But get above VWAP, I'm going to buy those 370s that Sean is already in. I use this mower. This is the second season. The second season I'll be cutting the grass. And it broke after about, I guess I cut grass like 3 times this year so far. Plastic camshafts. How the hell does that work? You got push rods that are made out of metal. It's got to be some hard plastic. All right, watching NN, it's up 15.37%. Looks like it's going to go again. Okay, so we just saw supply move up to 3690. 3690, just above VWAP, and demand is right below price right now. Delta's been moving sideways for the last couple of minutes. Watch the Chinese stocks. It looks like the dips are getting bought. Let's see. Yeah, Baba, VIP Shops Holdings. What's NIO doing? NIO was active yesterday. NIO, N-I-O, NIO. They're currently on a dip. Red box. It's a quiet day so far. If you had puts on, you probably took them off already. Looking for SPY to get through VWAP. If it does get through VWAP, look for more shorts to cover. Oh. Wow, it's almost 12 o'clock already. It's 11:30, 11:23. If you have trading ticks, what I like to do is just watch the flow. All morning, all we saw was bearish flow, mostly puts going by. Wasn't really paying attention to what was trading, more so just watching the colors as they run down the screen, looking for more green to show up or more red, in addition to what we're watching on Bookmap and other methods. Everything is confirming each other. When it starts to deviate, start paying attention. Look for more green on the screen. I've got rig calls coming through, blocks on rig. Let me go take a look at rig, RIG. Transocean, nope, not interested there. Somebody's selling calls, it looks like. Microsoft, what's going on Microsoft? See calls coming across on Microsoft. Doji, Beyond Meat puts, AMD calls starting to show up at the lows there. AT&T starting to see some calls showing up at the 200-day. Coinbase seeing some calls. If you don't feel like watching the stream, I like to watch it because I'm trading a lot of options. You can just watch the overall options market summary. That's the top left of your screen. Click on options, market dashboard, and that'll give you the overall market trend. Right now, you can see the histogram is below zero. Puts are above calls. The price action is starting to move higher. The white line is starting to push higher. It's pushing above the call line. So starting to look for a push through VWAP now. All right. SPY about to put SPY at VWAP. All right, SPY, we're watching for follow through here or rejections. You'll start to listen for high ticks. All right, I bought 370 calls for next Friday. Okay. $0.75 stop. Might be a little early. All right, I really need a follow through now. NN is plus 18% and going.
So Deutsche Bank see back-to-back 50 basis point hikes from the Bank of England. It says that the Deutsche Bank updates its Bank of England call after June's decision and now sees a 50 basis point rate hike in both August and September. And we are now just a couple of minutes away from receiving the data for the US 4-week bill auction.
All right, let's take a look at HY, the hedged version of HYG. HYG, looking for that follow through. All right, we got a hammer after a nice bullish day yesterday. Now you can look at the hedged version, the so-called hedged version of high yield corporate bond. Okay, the hedged version. All right, looking for that to follow through as well. All right, no follow through on SPY yet. So HYG looks a little better. Hedged version. Looking for some bullish volume. We did get above yesterday's close level, which is 75. That would be bullish for equities if we do. We ran into that supply at 36.90. Futures backed off. All right, VIX is turning up a little bit. Okay, so this week has been all about wicks underneath the candles. So they drop it to the lows and then we rally a little bit. Yesterday was better, obviously. Right now we're in the lower part of today's range still. VWAP, you can just visualize VWAP as the center of that candle. So any move above VWAP, this will look a lot better. But it's going to take, I was thinking coming into this week that we could get a couple of days of a rally, maybe back to the 9 EMA or the 21 day, right around that 395. I didn't think we'd get above 4,000 or 400 this week, maybe next week after OPEX and a lot of those puts expire or get monetized and rolled down and further out in time. All these things have to happen. There was a build of calls overhead near 380, 385. There was a build in calls that were overhead.
So the US 40 bill bid to cover ratio 3 to 17, 3 to 17 compared to the previous of 2 to 82, with the US high yield rate coming in at 1.180%, 1.180% compared to the previous of 1.040%. So the US here is selling $38 billion of 40 bills at a high rate of 1.180%, towards 92.87% of bids at a high, with bid to cover ratio coming in at 3 to 17.
All right, we're drifting a bit lower right now. Okay, initially rejected at VWAP, 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth time they're trying to push through VWAP. It's a rather bearish day in the markets. Most options market related positioning is bearish for the day. We got histograms below zero and red. Puts are above calls. Price actions having difficulty getting through VWAP. Initially rejected. All right, pretty slow day today. I'm just watching. I need to get above VWAP and start rallying.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, we got a high tick alert, so that's shorts covering. Shorts covering now.
IMF says that they're ready to help members and has $700 billion capacity, according to the IMF chief.
All right, getting rejected. SPY.
Low tick alert minus 800.
So just seeing an update here in regards to the French CAC 40 closes down more than 20% from all-time high, confirmed in a bear market.
VWAP is still being respected. Got to get above VWAP and just keep going. VIX is holding up fairly strong. At lunch, I need to make a run to the post office. I need to mail some drawings to my partner in Jersey. So I need to leave here about 12-ish. Be gone maybe 15, 20 minutes tops. The post office is about 5 minutes away, 7 minutes away. All right, let's see what LNG looks like again. Nat gas. All right, holding underneath the 50-day.
So just a heads up as well for our listeners. Putin is currently speaking at the moment. I think in regards to Ukraine, he's just talking about cars at the moment and sales of cars. But we'll watch out for any other comments from him if he does mention it in person.
Okay, no, we're trying to print a higher low here on SPY. We're still below VWAP. All right, nat gas first to lose the 50-day. All of these could be starting a reversal in the trend. Could bounce. So we really need to string together more information. Right now, we've got topping candles on the weekly. Many of you have already shorted nat gas. Brent crude, we want to see this below the 50-day as well. USO, let's see what that looks like. All right, USO is sitting on the 21-day. All right, so Brent is right on the 21-day, but this is an end-of-day chart. You can see that right there, by the way. Continuous contract, end of day. So this will update end of day. So we just look at USO, kind of give us an idea. Or if you have TradingView, you can check out crude or TOS. You can check out crude there as well. So we need to see these back off to bring some relief to patrons of the gasoline. Petrol stations. All right, and CRB index, which needs to drop as well. CRB, it needs to drop below the 50-day. Let's see what it's doing. No intraday data. Okay. So keep an eye on commodities. If commodities start to fade more, that's going to be bullish at some point. Once institutions start to show their hand. Okay, 10-year yield. TNX. 10-year starting to back off a little bit. Probably consolidates a little bit. 10-year junk bonds. Right, having a hammer day. So my guess is that we're going to base down here, not shoot back up to the highs like we did over here in the third week of May. Thinking maybe we base now. The weekly looks pretty ugly. You can see what happened back over here. If I zoom out a bit, back in 2020, okay, we had this cascade lower. This gave you a very clear signal back in December to start taking risk off the table and hedge. Still in a downtrend, still below the 10 EMA on the junk. That's what it's gonna precede the S&P 500 most times. So junk drop below. Back here, start to flatten out, drop below in December, and again in early January. We had that higher high and bearish divergence on the S&P, which led to this downside. We've been at it for 6 months. All right, starting to get some follow through now. We can get too excited. We got to get back above VWAP first. Got to get back above VWAP. We could very well just sit here in a doji day or a small body candle on the gap down. Got countless 3, I believe, right? 3 gaps to fill now. 1, 2, 3. That's a gap right there. I think that was a gap there too. 4. Got a couple of gaps over here. Got one there in April. The most I'm expecting at this point is a test of the 9 or 21 day. If we can manage to get through that, then maybe we have a shot at getting back to that range that we lost last week. On day number 9, we dropped Maybe we get back above the 921. We can test this range. The 50-day is right there now. So that's the most I'm expecting in this descending pattern. I would love to reduce all of my covered calls on UVIX at that point. VIX is still pushing a bit higher. And collect some more premium. I'm on a mission to try to get my UVIX down below $10 per share cost basis. Currently at $12.50. I'm still holding some covered calls. Looking for a pullback to the 50 or the 21-day in the short term. SPY still pulling back some.
Minus 800.
Boy. SPY. Just sitting here. SPY. Watching futures. There's really no supply. It's about 10,000 contracts every couple of handles overhead. 290. There's a passive seller up there at 290. 3690, which is just below VWAP right now on the futures. And that supply will disappear. It's disappeared for the last 15 minutes, and then it'll come back in. They'll probably just put it back in right as we start to rally towards VWAP, if we get there. Presently, we're just going sideways into lunchtime. Monday is a holiday, by the way. Juneteenth. All right. Mhm. All right, another shot towards VWAP, it looks like.
Blinken made comments now saying absent JCPOA, Iran petroleum sanctions will continue.
All right, SPY pushing a bit higher. Boring. SPY starting to move.
So the House passes bill aimed at lowering food and fuel costs. From the finance ministry, they say that Russia is considering using cryptocurrency in international trade if Russian law recognizes digital assets as property. To further detail to that as well, just before that, we had a headline that this stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com. That's what I read.
Okay, SPY coming back up to VWAP again for a fifth time. I reject it again.
Low tick alert minus 800.
No follow through on SPY yet. Slow day for me. SPY still stuck here. Okay, I need to go to the post office. So I'll be monitoring via my cell phone. I will return. Give me about, I'd say the maximum 30 minutes. Okay. I'll leave the mic open. Let me just mute this for a second.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
Italy's Prime Minister Draghi says that the ECB decision to hike interest rates is inevitable. This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com. Senator Young sees urgency to passing China competition bill and currently speaking on TV. So Republican Senator Todd Young sees urgency to passing China competition bill. Also, a heads up as well, we do have the White House doing a briefing at the moment.
Low tick alert -800.
Draghi says the ECB rate rise is bound to be more gradual than in the US. Also from Young saying that Congress can agree on energy efficiency measures. The White House says it's working hard to learn more about the missing Americans reportedly captured in Ukraine. according to Interfax, citing Belousov saying export limits to protect the ruble would be a mistake. This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com. So Andrei Belousov is the first deputy prime minister of Russia.
Low tick alert -800.
John Pierre from the White House says oil refiners can take steps to lower prices.
Okay, I'm here with you. I'm just eating lunch. I'll be off mic for a few minutes, but I am here. If anything drastic happens, we've just been basically chopping around since about 11 o'clock below VWAP.
Low tick alert minus 800.
White House's John Pierre says that we are finalizing the details on the meeting with oil companies, and that video of the White House press briefing is now live. It is on the top of the financial news feed if you do want to have a watch.
More chop, just moving sideways below VWAP all morning and into the noon session. Looking for a push above 368. If you're bullish, rejection again at VWAP if you're bearish.
US-based private company Maxar says over the past couple of months, Russian flagged ships have carried Ukraine's grain harvested last season and transported it to Syria.
High took alert plus 800.
I'm looking for a move above 368.50, 368.75. Then maybe we test the 200 EMA overhead at 371.24. But we need to get through VWAP. Otherwise, we're just going to chop around here for the rest of the evening.
Elon Musk says it makes sense to integrate payments into Twitter, currency, as well as crypto.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, futures trying to push through VWAP. We got a little supply right below VWAP that keeps showing up and disappearing. 36.85. There's about 20,000 contracts right there. Delta's presently hit that level and saw a little bit of selling. We need to get above VWAP. VWAP, that's 36.90.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
European Commission spokesperson says Gazprom's latest gas supply cuts are another example of Russia using energy as an instrument of blackmail. The EU and its member countries have been preparing for months for Russian gas disruptions. Gas Coordination Group of EU and Member States representatives stand ready to coordinate action whenever needed and met this morning, says an EU Commission spokesperson.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Futures and SPY rejected again at VWAP.
Sunak says we have the tools we need to get inflation under control.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Sunak says the Bank of England has a good track record on tackling inflation. Currently, Sunak is speaking in an interview on ITV. Draghi says the ECB rate response to inflation is inevitable.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert. Low tick alert minus 800. High tick alert plus 800.
Okay, I'm back. All right. Watch Uber here. There's a very large print on Uber above 21. Above 21, we'll probably see a bullish move. Uber. Still not on a buy signal, but it's looking pretty good. Uber. Uber.
Sunak says all options are on the table for the UK withdrawal from the ECHR.
No follow through yet. Still dealing with this VWAP.
Sponsored by Tick Strike. Tick Strike allows.
Yeah. Okay. All right, back testing VWAP again, like we did earlier around 1125. Need to see a follow through. All right, looks like we might follow through here. Looks like we might follow through. SPY, watching for a follow through right here, right now. Overall options market summary flow. Histogram is trying to push back above 0. Price action, histogram. Momentum is trying to turn. Qs, seeing a lot of calls coming across the Qs.
As the Bank of Canada acts to cool inflation, but Canada is well placed to avoid a recession.
All right, watching call flows here on the Qs.
Low tick alert minus 800.
GDP ratio continues to decline as our deficits continue to be reduced.
The 300 call, there's a few of those just traded. The 300 call was a sweep. 270s and 3s. Let me make sure this is a non-spread. Bought, and okay. No follow through. Still no follow through. Futures are having trouble with the VWAP and 3690 futures. Futures has VWAP just overhead. SPY has VWAP right at price right now, just below this candle. For the last half an hour, deltas have been moving sideways, not unusual for this time of day, between 12 and 2. You don't really see that much going on.
Seven counterparties take 2.178 trillion of the Fed reverse repo operation. So that's 97 counterparties taking 2.178 trillion of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so Futures getting rejected at VWAP again. Supply is at 36.90, 36.90. And SPY is, while the momentum is shifting, momentum just went green on the overall markets right now. Momentum is shifting to green. Overall options are still quite bearish on the overall market. Watching momentum to shift to green in the evening session. You know what I think about price action that occurs after 2 o'clock. I'd love to see it come earlier today. Are you looking for that follow through?
Just as we see low inventories, increasing demand for certain metals due to Chinese economic stimulus, the ease lockdowns to support copper prices in the second half.
All right. All right, a little bit of selling.
Low tick alert -800.
No follow through. Same with futures. Can't get above that high of the day. 36.90 is the supply, and VWAP. If we have a chance to get above it, it'll probably come after 2 o'clock. Still getting rejected at VWAP.
Extreme low tick alert.
Got some support here at 36.70. Just keep ping-ponging between these two levels. 20 handles. Oh boy, this is a boring day. All right, the inverse IWM, Russell 2000 short. RWM, I've been in this week. Nice gap up and follow through. Looking for continuation if the market weakness continues in small caps. IWM, that's still going. That's a hedge. Currently doing the same thing SPY is doing, and Q's sitting here underneath BWAP. No reason to do anything unless you're on the short side. Some calls still can't seem to break out. The calls can't seem to get any kind of tailwind. All right, SPY looking like a higher low now. Most of the flow is still in the overall market. The flow is still quite bearish. Tesla seeing some 700 calls trading here. Yes. Just stir it up so it's warm. That's for you. All right. Can you see the sauce that's on the side? Okay. That was my daughter coming to check on me. Okay, well, whenever you have a flat VWAP, if you're a new member, whenever you have a flat VWAP, you don't have any momentum. Basically, what you're looking at is a narrow range after the gap down, a narrow range, not going anywhere, and not expecting to go anywhere quickly. Pretty narrow range candles for the past 3 days. Last week we had these gap downs, pretty sizable volume as well. All right, so we're starting to pop here now. All right, so if momentum starts to shift, you'll see it quickly. VWAP will start to turn higher, but for now we just keep getting rejected. Watching the futures, futures are headed towards VWAP. All right, nice reversal here. Okay, we're pushing pretty fast now.
High ticker plus 800.
Pushing pretty fast here.
Following that headline there, we are just seeing some upside movement on the S&P 500, some downside movement on the Dixie.
Susie's telling me that there is a $200 billion seller of equities. Swiss National Bank. Okay. Thank you, Susie. All righty. Futures, once again, futures, I think this is the first time it actually tested VWAP and touched it since this morning. This is the first time in the evening session that we've actually touched VWAP. Actually, it's the second time, sorry. Second time we've touched VWAP. Supply shifted up 5 handles from 3690 up to 3695 and 3700 above that. Supply. Supply is shifting higher, so they're lifting the ceiling. Even with that, we can't seem to follow through yet. HYG just grinding off the lows. It's above VWAP at the 200 EMA, trying to follow through. HYG. Target had a nice run yesterday, gave back a good bit of it. We're off $3 at the moment. It is a bit boring today, isn't it? I find it boring. Most stocks are moving sideways after gapping down. IWM starting to move higher. IWM, let's see. IWM. Tesla, what are you doing, Tesla? Tesla's still down 54 points, building a base down here. Tesla, SPY. All right, these guys got to get SPY, Qs, IWM. They all need to get above VWAP. In addition, we need to see down volume dissipate. There's still a lot of selling going on. Interesting. Jets, JETS. All right, that gap down, turning the corner. Veru starting to turn the corner. Below Veru is starting to push above VWAP. That might be a trade there. Let me take a look at Veru for signals. Veru. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. It's getting there though. Veru. Uber, still no follow through. It needs to get above 21 if you're thinking about long on Uber. Okay, let's see what Costco looks like. Costco. All right, still no follow through futures. Costco. Roblox dropping off here. Roblox moving lower. Not the best day for trading. A lot of things are chopping around. The gap down, you got puts, made some profits there. But for the most part, not much to do. I see every chart I look at, it's got a flat VWAP, price above or price below. Let's see. Oh boy. If SPY does get going, watch Apple here. Apple and Microsoft. Watch Apple here. Apple and Microsoft, they're both showing a little bit more bullish action. Meta's trying to push higher. Nvidia, it's still off $9, but Nvidia looking a little better. Amazon. What's Baba doing? Baba's still off 6. Still, we got a burst in bearish option volume just now. Just got a burst in bearish option volume. What a drag of a day. All right, we can't get through VWAP. If we get above VWAP, that'll be something worth watching. DAW, Dawn is back again. Third day, Dawn. 1 minute. 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 SPY, no follow through. Futures, no follow through. Ugh. All right, we got a burst in put volume over the last few minutes. Momentum histogram just dropped, and the put line just jumped as well.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Futures coming back smartly. Futures coming back smartly.
Extreme low tick alert.
Oh boy. VIX starting to turn again.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
EU's dollar used as we reach a deal on the step forward for the banking union.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock insurance.
All right.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Futures, I'm bored with it right now. It's got to get above 36.90 to even consider any kind of follow through. Right now, it's rejection.
We hope to agree on the banking union action plan soon. Lagarde told the Eurozone finance ministers fragmentation risk is a serious threat to our price stability mandate, according to a source. Lagarde says I told the Eurozone finance ministers doubting our commitments would be a serious mistake.
Some aggressive sellers coming through. Still dropping off here a bit more.
EU's Donahoe says we acknowledge that the economic uncertainty is there.
Still drifting lower. Oh, this is boring. Let me just check the most actives again. Most actives. Yeah. Newmont. It's a good mix here. We got Clorox. Colgate, rather. Sorry. Colgate. We got Smuckers. Triple bottom on Smuckers. That might work. But there's no hurry. I'd rather not be in a position and have a market still not able to bounce at all than to, I don't mind buying it a little bit higher if it follows through and the markets start to move higher.
EU's Donahoe says we have a strong indication that the euro area will navigate through. E's Gentiloni says signs of demonstrating the resilience of our economy.
SPY weakness persists.
Edna says the Eurogroup has made progress in the banking union. She's currently making some comments after the Eurogroup
Low
meeting.
tick alert minus 800.
Low tick alert, so it looks like we might move a bit lower here. Okay. Maybe we get something going into the evening session. Every time we show something like a test down here, shorts come in and cover. Oh, okay, VIX is starting to move higher. VIX is grinding higher.
Extreme low tick alert.
EU's Gentiloni says member states must pursue prudent fiscal policy.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, we're at the 12.15 low right here. Oh, we're taking out the 12.15 low. More downside. Futures, there is support down below 36.50. All right, so that's 10 handles below.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, watch for bear flag now. If we can't reverse this and start moving higher, watch for bear flag. Look for more downside. VIX still pushing higher, so the odds go to a little bit lower first.
Low tickler
We've got
minus 800.
3650 as demand zone or support. Deltas continue to move a bit lower. We've got overall market showing flow has went bearish about 140, around 140. Looks like a lot of puts were bought. Still thinking the best case is that we base in this area. All right, we're starting to spend more time in this area between 365 and 385, 20 points, 200 points on the S&P. We've got 10 points on the ATR, so 10 points a day plus or minus. Right now we're down 12. We could see it move back towards the mean, a divergent range back into this gap. Okay, somewhere between 372, 373, something like that. Or just sit down here. So if this doesn't turn out to be a bear flag, maybe we get a bounce. Mostly put flow. I'm watching the live options flow. It's just mostly puts. If everybody's buying puts, that means dealers are short those puts. So if we start to drop off, you could see a quick acceleration lower as dealers have to sell futures in order to get the delta neutral. On the other hand, if we can't bear flag here and drop off, maybe we reverse. So there's a lot of things that are in play. I imagine they got a lot of people short down here at the low. All right, looks like bear flag. Looks like bear flag. 3650 is the short-term target if we drop off here. 3650, 365, 3650. There's really a lot of mental energy being expended just making these
Low tickler
few handles lower. Not worth it, really. Only reason I'm here is because I'm broadcasting. Basically giving you a play-by-play. Watching where support is, whether they come in and buy or they just let it drop, remove their bids. Deltas have been pretty good today. For the most part, we're climbing. And then about, let's see, 1050 started to fade a little bit. All right, more downside here. Bear flag.
low tickler
All right, so it's after 2 o'clock. Institutions appear to be selling more. Got 130 handles on the futures. All right, we hit VWAP like 5 times intraday and couldn't get through it. All right, all the FANG stocks pretty much saying the same thing, more downside.
Low tick alert minus 800.
I was hoping at least that we get a follow through this morning and make it a little bit higher before we got rejected. It looks like we're going to go down to 3,600. 3625 is the nose support level, 3625. We got 3652 right here. There's a pretty big area, 3650 up to 3655. 3650, 3655. There's like a 5-handle range there where there's a lot of supply, a lot of demand, a lot of buyers sitting there. Got about 100,000 contracts in this area. That's a lot. Looking to buy. Still bear flags. Looks like we're going to bear flag again.
ECB's Lagarde told the Eurozone finance ministers the anti-fragmentation tool might kick in if spreads increase beyond certain thresholds.
Still looks like a bear flag. 3625 is support for today since we lost 3,700, so it's possible that we just keep going lower. Institutions don't appear to be interested. Not that much anyway. Most of the blocks, 379.08. Most of those are from 379.08. That was what, yesterday's close? 379. Yeah, that's yesterday's close. So we're seeing blocks coming through right now over the last few minutes, 379.08. That's shorts covering right there. 379.08 is right there. That's 379.08. We got blocks coming through at 379.08. 250,000, 250,000, 250,000, 250,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like 8 of those. All right, so 2 million have traded in the last hour. Most recent, the last two, that was 500,000. 379.08. That's this level right there. So that's telling you that's institutions that have shorts from yesterday taking their positions off today. Why? They have 24 hours to clear that position. All right, what they bought yesterday to show up on the books. So we're just sitting here. Looks like short covering. It's getting late in the day. Got a little bit more than an hour and 40 to go. Maybe they muster a rally here. Looks like at least one more bear flag, eh? A lot of supply coming in here. There's about 80,000, 90,000 contracts, 100,000 contracts right here. All right. Looks like they might reverse this now. Okay. SPY puts. All right, starting to see more. All right, watching. Yeah, still no follow through. Still could be a bear flag, so you can always take some puts off. If it drops off again, just hit it again. Okay, looks like they're going to drop it a little bit more. Okay. All right, there's about 8 handles underneath where we could conceivably run into support. 3650 is a major area. There's about 70,000 contracts right there. 53,000 and then 20,000 right there. I don't know. It looks like they want to reverse this. Looks like a bear flag, right? Looks like a bear flag. If I didn't see this demand sitting here, support. Watch deltas. See if deltas turn up. Still a lot of put flow. So the odds go with the bears. All right, maybe we get one more shot to the low. Looks like a bear flag, right?
Low tick alert minus 800.
VIX pushing back up to the highs. This is probably going to drop a little bit more. Tick cumulative is still lower, and we're trading, what's that, 16 to 1 down volume? 15 to 1? All right, here we go. Okay. Shorts covering. There's a lot of demand just below price. Now there's about 120,000 and right below. Deltas are starting to rise. It'd be so easy for them to make a buck on the upside. We're 130 handles down. Not so much. What do they want to do? Give us 150 handles down? Looks like we're going to go lower. Okay. Man, this is tedious. We're going to lose it here. We're going to lose it here. Test the lows and go. 360.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, bear flag has broken now, so the trend continues lower, away from VWAP.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, here we go. All right, VIX taking off to the upside. Looking for another stab lower.
Eurogroup chief Donahue says the euro area will continue to be robust and resilient, with also higher interest rates. Donahue also adds that we did not touch on any conditionality issues related to the possible ECB decisions.
SPY, more bear flags.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Another bear flag.
EU's Gentiloni says Lagarde stressed the importance of fighting fragmentation.
Looks like we're going to drop again.
Low tick alert.
All right, low
minus
tick alert.
800.
All right, breaking, bear flag breaking down a bit more. All right, nice little rally. Shorts covering. There's not a whole lot of supply overhead if we do run. If we do run, there's not a whole lot of supply.
So NYMEX diesel July futures settled at $4.57 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline July futures settling at $3.95 a gallon. So we are seeing US crude oil futures.
Nope, I'm going to go down a little bit lower. VIX still pretty strong.
Low tick alert. Minus 800.
Just a correction there, that's US crude oil futures settling at $117.58 a barrel. That is up $2.27 or 1.97%.
All right, more downside. More downside.
Extreme low tick alert.
We're dropping right up, right against that support level. Flow is still pretty bearish looking, mostly puts being bought.
NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $7.46.
We're sitting right on top of support, 36.50. 36.25 is the next level. We've got less than a half an hour to go. Looks like we'll drop off now.
Low tick alert -800.
Still trending lower.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Can't seem to get through this area. Okay, looks like more shorts covering now with less than 25 minutes to go. All right. Shorts covering. Rejected again. All right, now we're getting the follow through. Now we're getting the follow through. All right, looks like a rally coming now. More shorts covering. There's not a whole lot of supply now as we traded down from VWAP. So we could see a move, about a 20 handle move here back to VWAP. No supply. All right, so that was just a little short covering. No follow through yet. Most stocks are still bearish looking. VIX so far looks like it has peaked, but it's trying to bounce now.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Oh boy. Still pretty okay. So we're starting to see a little positive momentum here. We were negative for much of the evening session from about 140. We saw a shift higher in puts. All right, so what are we going to do here? And momentum from the shorts covering, pushing things a little bit higher. VIX is still pretty elevated. The best we can hope for is about a $2 move up to VWAP. We're still off 130 handles on the futures. Wow. Reminds me of 2008. Some of these moves back in 2008 were very similar. Huge intraday swings.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay, here we go. Now we're dropping
Low
off.
tick alert.
Right back down support. Right back down to support and demand zone is about 50,000 contracts right here at 39.60. If we drop below that, then yeah, we could see 36, what did I say? 36.50. 36.50. A drop below that, we could see 36.20 pretty quick. We only got 13 minutes to go. Mostly time for shorts to cover. Dropping a little bit more.
So we are just seeing from the Wall Street Journal here that US secretly reviews Israel's plans for strikes against Iranian targets in Syria. Just taking a look at this article, they say that Israel secretly coordinates with the US on many of the airstrikes it carries out in Syria as the allies face a battlefield crowded with militant groups and Iranian-backed militias and foreign militaries, according to current and former US officials.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hit
right, SPY dropping pretty dramatically here. 360 looks like where they're headed. 3,600. Okay, we got 10 minutes to go for the closing bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Pretty uninspiring day for the bulls. The bears had a good day. 130 handles, 140 handles. 146, almost 150 handles so far. Oh, it's 2:50 p.m. 2:50 p.m. Yeah. Not paying much attention here to the time.
So ICE Brent crude August futures settled at $119.81 a barrel.
Low tick alert -800.
Yep. My watch.
Extreme low tick alert.
We're dropping through demand zones that were there all day long. We drop below that. So IWM looking pretty ugly too. IWM down at the lows, weekly time frame. Bear flag on SPY again. IWM, same thing. RWM is a short hedge.
Extreme low tick alert.
RWM, if you're short Russell, you can trade RWM. It's fairly inexpensive, $27 per share. SPY.
Low tick alert -800.
SPY keeps dropping off here. All right, looks like we might drop off a bit more here. All right, looking for follow through. So, buddy.
Canada is in talks with Germany over a stranded Nord Stream 2 turbine.
VIX at the high of the day. All right, shorts covering again.
So just a reminder for you, any time between now, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, Biden is due to speak.
All right, got a little reversal going now.
We are seeing here just from the White House YouTube page that it is scheduled to start at 3:10 Eastern Time, so in about 10 minutes time now. No indication whether that is the correct time for it to go ahead. The live stream has started.
All right, nice little reversal so far. We got as far as 366.40 there on the last pivot high.
Biden here is signing into law the S3580, the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022.
Nice rally.
High took alert plus 800.
Hit 366 and stopping again. Oh, brothers, we got an hour to go. My clocks were wrong. Need to change the battery in one of them. Oh boy, SPY. Just when you think you got a nice little trend going, got shorts covering. Can we move back up the VWAP again? We're off 130 handles on the futures, 13 points, 3.5% on the SPY. Be so easy for them to run this back in the opposite direction.
High took alert plus 800.
No follow through on SPY. No follow through yet. Futures have no supply overhead. Very interesting. Yet we can't seem to muster any kind of follow through on this bounce. TLT trying to retake the 111 level. TLT. All right, TLT trying to retake the 111 level. 20-year. Following through. Bonds still, every time it looks like it's going to base, it falls a little bit lower. Bases a little bit more, gets rejected. Falls a little bit more, bases. Bonds, the 10-year yield is consolidating for now. Pulling back. CRB index. Going back towards the 50-day. LNG, nat gas, falling below the 50-day. The first time since February, nat gas. So this could pull back some more. That would help the markets if we get all three of those to drop a bit more. Commodities, crude oil, and nat gas. All right, here goes SPY.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, there's no supply. Wow, there's no supply overhead.
Extreme high took alert.
One more shot at VWAP. SPY, one more shot at VWAP. S&P headed back towards VWAP as well. Okay, nice little rally here. So imagine there's still a lot of traders down there short. They have long puts. That was a nice rally. That's 3 points so far on the SPY off the low. Momentum is still bearish, and so is the general market is still bearish. Got 50 minutes to go.
So, according to the White House, Biden is to host the virtual energy and climate forum on Friday.
VIX dropping off a bit more. Okay, just below VWAP, slowing. Looks like people taking profits in the VWAP. Not convincing on this test of VWAP. Not very convincing. Looks like we could give it back if they don't start coming in fast and furious. We got VIX trailing off a bit from the highs.
Canada's financial sector has real stability, according to Freeland.
Low tick alert minus
Oh
800.
man, make up your mind. Either take out the lows and keep going or just move higher. We're right underneath VWAP all day. Just chopping around below VWAP. TLT still moving higher. TLT still moving higher. Trying to get above 111. But just basing. Bonds just basing. Shy. SHY. The 1 3-year Treasury bond. Making a move on the short end. IEF's a 7 10-year. That's making a bullish engulfing candle. The 10-year yield backing off. Bonds higher, yields lower. And the stocks that are working still on the list, Newmont Mining, bullish engulfing candle on Newmont Mining. I'll believe it when I see it above 50 day. Right now it's just consolidating. Some of you trading GDX, the miners, bullish engulfing candle today.
low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
Back down to the lows. Or we get a higher low here. Can we get a higher low? SPY. All right, can we get a rally here?
Biden signs the bill on the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022. Video is now live.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, let's get through this level. Let's get through VWAP finally, and maybe get a rally towards 379. Mm-hmm. Mostly puts still trading today for the most part. Keeping an eye on what's LQD doing. Let me check out LQD. I just see LQD hitting the tape here. LQD.
This stream is sponsored
Investment
by
grade bonds.
Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow.
All right, LQD weekly. All right, that looks pretty interesting. Investment grade bonds. All right, maybe something gets going here on the investment grade bonds. LQD, I'm seeing some flow on LQD hitting the tape. Options on bonds. That's weird. They do it on TLT. I guess not so weird. I thought it was almost 3 o'clock an hour ago. My clock had stopped. I need to change the batteries. Let's see if we can get a nice follow through. Come on, can we get a rally into the close at least half of this? Take back half of this, maybe 7 handles or so. 6, 7 handles. If we get above VWAP and the 200 EMA right here, if we get above 369, that should light a candle to get through there for one thing and start to trade some into this gap. It's a lot of ifs. There's still a lot of puts trading, so I'm surprised the markets have not dropped off to 360 SPY, 3600, 3625 first. I'm surprised with all this put flow that we haven't dropped off more. Oh man, this is just a waste of energy today. Every time, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Almost 10 times we try to get above VWAP. Every time we get rejected. RSI is above 50. Exhausting. So I'm still keeping my hedges on, still trying to reduce risk. I'd like to get down below 45%. Equity exposure at 55%. Cash, alternative investments, and hedges. 55% cash and alternative investments and hedges. I've been selling covered calls against some of my hedges, UVIX, to bring my cost basis down to 1250, as you know. And this next time I buy to close those covered calls, I'm trying to get $2. So if I get $2, that would bring my cost basis down to 1050. That'd be awesome, considering where UVIX is. 1050. I have 500 shares UVIX. It's been a patient trade. I originally had in the 20 range, and we sold into this 26 ramp here. But since then, I kept trading it, saying, let me try this out. Every time it pops, I have 500 shares. Every time it pops, I sell covered calls. When it drops back, I buy them back. I've done that 8 times now. This is the 8th trade. 8 times now. And each time I take a buck or two in premium, put it in my pocket, and I'll just do it over again. So now my cost basis is at 1250. This is where it started trading back in March, April. All right, so SPY's starting to move higher. So I'm just going to keep doing that. That way, not only do I make some premium, but I'm holding on to some hedges or insurance at the same time. So it's turning out to be a great trade. Okay, hold on a second. Hello? All right, that's my kids' private school calling me. They overcharged me on tuition. Don't be doing that. You don't think I watch my credit cards? All right, so SPY, if we get above VWAP, that would be a big deal. If we continue above VWAP, that would even be a bigger deal. VIX is dropping off now. Okay, with this drop off, as I was just talking about UVIX, as it drops off, if VIX drops off, I want to make at least $2 to get my cost basis down below 10. I would be really psyched if I could keep doing this and VIX stays high. If I can keep doing this and get my cost basis down to 0, that would be freaking awesome. You know, people who teach options and talk about cost basis, and they always say theoretically, if you kept doing this, you could get your cost basis down to 0. But few positions allow you the time, a prolonged amount of time that'll let you continue to do this. I'm expecting at some point that VIX and UVIX are just going to drop back down to the 12s, into the teens, in which case the trade will be over with. I won't need to deal with it. But there's always that theoretical. You want to be able to do it at least once. Anyway, just sitting here watching SPY at VWAP. I don't expect it to get above VWAP. So if you got profits off the low, maybe you take your trades off. I do expect the price to pull back in. The reason being is I'm looking at the flow, and the flow is continuing to show very bearish trends. So the overall net market is, all the histograms and momentum indicators are all bearish, and puts are being favored over calls. As you can see, the red line's above the green line if you're looking at trading ticks while I'm talking about it. And I just keep seeing more puts coming across. Here comes more puts on the IWM. And that is for September. And what strikes are those? Those are 170s and 175s. Still got higher lows. Now we gotta get, if you're bullish, we have to get above VWAP for starters. You can clearly see how flat VWAP is for the most part. It was a little more sloped in the morning, but flattened out. And generally, we start to look for a move above VWAP, but this didn't make much progress above VWAP. So Now I'm just going to keep an eye on SPY and the futures. Futures running into VWAP and starting to see a little bit of negative deltas. They're sloping lower. They're still green. If we get above VWAP, I don't see much supply overhead, 7,000, 9,000. Instead of seeing 20 to 50,000 in contracts overhead, I'm seeing 7,000, 3,000, 5,000 at increments higher and higher. So if we jump above 3688, 3688, certainly above 3,700, this could run fast. All right, Jay Powell's giving a speech tomorrow. So that could have some impact on people not doing anything. The 20 EMA is turned higher, so the trend is trying its best to follow through, higher highs, higher lows. We ran into VWAP 9 times now and are unable to follow through. Less than 30 minutes to go for the closing bell. All right, we're going to drop off again. Damn it, Janet. Bank of America trying to push a bit higher. It's still off 26 cents. Middle of July is when the banks start reporting. Bank of America on the 13th of July, I believe. Followed by JP Morgan the next day, and I think on Friday,
minus 800.
Citigroup, and most of the banks reporting.
Extreme low tick alert.
Flat VWAP. Got to get above VWAP. Okay, we've got a little bit more than 23 minutes to go.
Low tick alert minus 800.
They're just not going to let this move any higher. Come on, let's do this. Let's get it over with. Futures just below VWAP, SPY just below VWAP. We've tested it 10 times now. Walmart's up $1.20. Now the futures are back up to heading back to VWAP. 20 minutes to go. Do we get a lot of short covering here? Veru spike. Veru with a little spike here. Veru. That was short-lived. Little spike. Yeah, came back in.
High tick alert plus 800. Extreme high tick alert.
Are they going to cover into the close? All right, SPY. Okay, it's going to be pretty obvious. If we get through VWAP and the 200 EMA right here, very close by. Notice how close everything is together. The 200 is very close. 20 EMA. If we blast through VWAP, maybe futures go first. There's no supply. I'm surprised that there's just no interest in pushing SPY and the futures any higher. I'm looking at Bookmap. There's like 12,000 contracts here. That's nothing. The other day when we got resistance was 150,000 contracts. Right now we got 10,000, 12,000, and we can't get above VWAP.
Extreme high tick alert.
Even with the extreme ticks, still down volume is still leading. So it just looks like shorts covering. No real interest in doing anything here. Tesla still off 64 points. Tesla. So the strategy of having hedges on, the markets move lower, the hedges move higher. The markets move higher, hedges move lower. And we've just been doing this chopping dance. It's keeping me delta neutral and doing some short-term trading intraday. If you have, it's been pretty choppy, very difficult. We got expiration tomorrow, OPEX. Maybe next week we can make up some lost ground. Bounce back to the 50-day around 41.50. Where's the 50-day now? S&P. I think it's at the 50-day is at 41.50. That's where that resistance was, where we got rejected here. Yeah, 41.50, right in this area. So if we get any kind of rally, that's the most we would see. Likely outcome is that we're going to rally up to the 9 EMA if we're lucky. That's the same level of where we lost, right around 3,900. So back to 3,900 and then get rejected and drop off again. I thought we would see a rally off of yesterday's candle up to this area and then roll over and test 3,600. Nope. Still in a downtrend. So, therefore, I'm sticking with hedges. I'm selling cover calls against the hedges, like UVIX. That way I can stay with the hedge. I'm still making money, but I'm delta neutral. Market goes up, hedges go down. Market goes down, hedges go up. So I'm just sitting there, biding my time. It's boring. I'd rather be playing golf or riding a bike or doing anything, surfing in the ocean, sailing, doing something besides sitting here watching this choppy price action all day. RWM is at the high of the day. RWM, that's short the Russell, RWM. Another hedge that I have that's doing well. QID, another. QID is doing well. At the highs, let's see what the weekly looks like. Weekly, nice rounding bottom. Okay, so if this was a stock, you'd want to be long. We're above the 10 EMA. 10 EMA is rising. All right, here goes SPY in the opposite direction now. You can't trade this. This is a pain in the neck. Pain in the, you know what I was about to say. Pain in the caboose. You get what looks like it's going to be a breakout. You run into resistance at VWAP. It gets knocked back down. And the move's lower. It's 367.50 down to 365.50. 2 points on SPY. That's quick. Within 8 minutes. There's a little bit of luck there too. So the most I'm looking for on the S&P 500, if we manage it, is the 9 EMA. In between this area, 9 EMA and 3,900, right along this level. $3,900 to $3,950, somewhere in this range. That's the most. We'll probably get rejected again. If you go out to the beginning of the year, there's January there. Let's go out another couple of months. With the exception of March 29th, that rally from March 14th, from the low, March 14th to March 29th, with that exception, every time we've come back to the moving averages, we've got rejected, got rejected, got rejected. We spent 8 days last couple of weeks, 2 weeks ago, we spent 8 days moving sideways only to drop off on the 9th day and resume this downtrend. If oil, liquid natural gas, and commodities start to drop more forcefully, maybe we'll see some institutional activity, but not really much to deal with. SPY, more of those 379.08s, 379.08, that was yesterday's close, 379.08. Lots of blocks coming in, hitting the tape right here, right now. So those are shorts covering. 379.08 was yesterday's close. And we just had a block just now trading here. So VIX is moving back up to the highs. You can see what I mean. VIX has just been a pain in the neck. If unless you're trading, if you have VIX or you have UVIX, better example. UVIX, it's just chopping around in this big range, but it's spending most of its time above 18. You know, very little time below 18, most of the time above 18. So if you draw a center line right through the middle of price action, every time it pops, sell some premium, wait for it to come back in. Now, if for some reason the markets go to hell in a handbasket, this could rip towards 30, of course, in which case I'll just roll up calls again for a credit. I'll only be looking for a credit if I roll up at least $1. So I'd have to go to maybe, I have the 18s right now, I'd probably have to go to 20 or 22, 21, 22, something like that. All right, RWM just keeps going, RWM. So Russell's doing bad. RWM, this is the Russell short. TZA. Small cap bear 3 times, this one as well. So you can trade this one at $53 a share, or you can trade this one at $27 per share. So half the cost of TZA. And it moves about the same percentage. It's 15% here, and this one is 5%. Well, this is 2 times, right? This is 3 times. Yeah. So the Russell doesn't look very hot. Russell looks like it wants to keep dropping. A lot of these small cap companies, and many of them could go out of business. That's what some of you are considering or thinking, that a lot of these small cap companies are going to go out of business. Let's see what the default risk looks like right now. BOA yield spread. Okay, so this turned back up. Okay, we got a V shape turning back up. So this is bearish as this continues to rise. You can see what it did over here in 2020 for COVID. This is obviously making higher highs and higher lows. This was very fast. That move was very fast. But the same concept. Bond traders anticipating more default risk as this rises. That's bearish for equities. So that's why I'm looking for a bounce that I can short against. I don't want to buy puts down here at the low. Those of you who came into the day with the puts did very well. Coming into the day with puts, you did really well. From yesterday's close, I didn't expect to wake up and find the futures down 90 handles. Jeez, it's like, wow. But, you know, considering everything Powell said, and is doing. Not too surprising. Many people, especially, are looking for dealers to cover their hedges. Hopefully, some monetization of puts happen today, and that'll give us an opportunity for a bounce into OPEX tomorrow and next week. But if we don't, given all of those things happening, expiring behind us, event risk is behind us, and the drop today doesn't look good for the markets right now. So I'm saying to myself, you have to be hedged, stick with your hedges, and reduce your risk. Oh, brother. Let's see. All right, HYG still got a wick underneath today's candle, but it's seen better days. It's probably basing down here. HYG. Okay, this is considered a signal. I've been using HYG as a signal for a long time, for at least 20 years. Whenever HYG is dropping, you want to be out of equities or reducing your equity exposure, and you want to be hedging whenever HYG and junk are dropping. That's just a safety signal, if you will. So whenever this is dropping, you want to be out of equities, reducing your exposure. You can see what happened back here in December. We started to lose it back in December before the markets topped. Now, when we started moving lower, the NASDAQ had already topped. The NASDAQ already topped. Okay. So here's November. Here's the top in NASDAQ. Mark Minervini had a good short from that level. He called the top back there. That was a good job. And look at the volume. So the point is you can see that NASDAQ peaked here. We made a lower high. That was November. Now, high yield and corporate, high yield corporate and junk bonds peaked. High yield peaked before junk, it looks like. Yeah, a couple of weeks before. So if you look at junk, it's about the same time. About the same time we dropped below the 50-day, and it's been down since. So the reverse is the case too. What we're looking for right now is, do we get any kind of bounce, or do we sell more? If we sell more, that means that we need to maybe even increase our hedges. You know, instead of having 500 shares of UVIX, I might go to 1,000 shares of UVIX. Instead of having 200 shares of QID, maybe I'll go to 500 shares of QID. Same thing with RWM. I have 400 shares of RWM. Maybe I double that to 800 if the markets look like they're going to keep moving lower. That way it'll keep my delta to neutral and actually make me a little positive on drops lower. Some of you are hedging with the dollar. Okay, using dollar funds, you know, like UUP. I wouldn't be buying the dollar up here. We could go higher. But now if you get the dollar to move lower, LNG, nat gas, crude oil, and commodities to move back, that would be huge. Okay, if we get all of these to pull back, that would be great. What's the Japanese yen US dollar look like? I think the yen was US dollar. Yeah, so the US dollar outperforming the Japanese yen. So these were hedges for a while. XYJ. These were hedges. The dollar. So GDX miners. Some of you got into this. I think Tony got into this yesterday. So that looks like a double bottom, triple bottom, quadruple bottom. So at some point, we should start to move higher. You would think GDX. There goes SPY. All right.
High took alert plus 800.
The first high tick. All right, we got about 4 minutes to go for the closing bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com on a very lackluster day. If you came into the day with puts, you're probably pretty happy. If you tried to trade intraday, you got chopped up. Most stocks doing the same thing. We had negative momentum and price action on the market. Net flow was mostly bearish all day. Puts outperforming from the start of the day, just kept climbing and climbing and climbing. And around 2 o'clock, around 1 o'clock, 1:30, we had a nice pop in the amount of puts being traded. And then we just making higher highs and higher lows on the number of puts. I keep watching the flow. The flow is bearish. So that's telling me no time to take your no time to take your hedges off. Keep them on and do everything you can to reduce your risk. Feeling more and more like 2008 with these big rallies, 10%, and then drops of 12%, making a new low after making a 12% rally. A few weeks ago, up to 41.50. We consolidated for 8 days. Feels a lot like 2008. If you were trading back then, you know what I'm talking about. How you'd have days where you were elated, weeks where you were elated, where you'd make a 20% gain only to see it given back in the following week and make a new low, dropping 25% after gaining 20% the previous week. Very much the same as 2008. At that time, 2007, 2008, I'm not saying this is going to be the case. Walmart's still basing here. But if you go back to 2000, 2008, after the markets peaked, this was one of the few stocks that made it through. And it's a good thing it's already pulled back. Walmart in 2007, 2008. Okay, there's the peak. S&P 500 peaked on October 9th, 2007. Walmart did pull back, similar to what we're doing currently. Maybe not as bad back then, but we consolidated and then we took off and made 52% gains while the markets dropped more than 50% at the same time. So I'd always keep an eye out for Walmart, what it's doing. I'm not saying this is going to bounce, but Walmart is basing right here. It's not falling off like the markets are. You got some relative strength. Markets are off 3%, and Walmart is up
High
1%.
took alert plus 800.
There's your closing bell. So always keep an eye on Walmart. I'm not saying to trade it, but keep an eye on Walmart and Target. They got inventory issues they got to deal with. Target's still basing here. Keep an eye on Costco and Dollar Tree. Okay, they're showing relative strength. Dollar Tree should have like a half a dozen stocks, go-to stocks. If the market starts to melt, look at Dollar General. I mean, barely pulled back. Here's the January high right over here. Okay, so while Dollar Tree has been maybe not making a whole lot of progress, as it has made lower lows and higher highs, it's pretty much right where it started the year. Now, some might say, yeah, that's not too good. But if you bought down here when it was basing at a double bottom, you're probably pretty happy. And it's showing relative strength. Costco. Every time I go to Costco, the place is mobbed. It's always busy. So a company is pulled back, but yet its sales are increasing. Looks like a good prospect. All right, I got to go take my son to kickboxing, so I'm going to be out of here. I bid you adieu. Have a great evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm sorry it wasn't a more eventful day, a little bit more fun, but that's the way it goes. We had Jay Powell yesterday. Markets are still probably trying to figure out what's going to happen next. I'm thinking we're going to move lower. I would love it if we bounced more because I do want to take some risk off. I do want to sell some positions that are currently flat or slightly lower. I'd like to trim some risk, weed the garden, leave the flowers. Not a whole lot of flowers right now. And once I do that, maybe I can get down to 40% equities and keep my hedges the way they are. And I'll have a slight edge on the downside as my hedges move higher. Right now, I'm neutral. So every time the market moves lower, my hedges move higher. And the counteracting process is making it a little bit more palatable to sit through this malaise and downtrend. And on top of that, selling the covered calls. So that's helping to bring in income while I'm doing it. I have 500 shares, so I can sell 5 calls for $4 or $5. 2 or 3 days ago, those covered calls were going for $10. The August calls. The August 16th were going for $10. So I had a chance to sell them there. What are they trading right now? Let me just check it out real quick, out of curiosity. So that's $5,000. $10 times 5 contracts. Right, I have 500 shares. That's $5,000. Now, I won't get the entire amount, obviously, but when we pull back, I might get 2,000 out of it. 2 points is what I'm looking for right now. So UVIX, where's August? August. And I had the 16s. They're not even on the list right now. Let me go to 16. Yeah, the August 16s are going for $8.70 bid. $8.70 ask. So I had the 16s originally at $4. And I rolled up for a credit of $1. Now I have the 18s for September. Let me see, September. $18s. September, okay, so they're up to $10 now. So I made a $2 credit, and now they're trading at $10.30 at the offer. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, so that looks good. I'm very happy with that trade. Okay, folks, have a great evening. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.